Hello? Um, okay. Mic's on now. So I'm gonna try playing without my like wrist brace thing today. Apparently I have like a scar now, and it's like scar tissue or something. And I have to like move it to like heal it. But I don't think it'll ever be like fully healed. That's what she said, something like that, like, I don't know. It's like scar tissue builds up to like keep it in place, and then you have to like move it to... I don't know how it works. But it'll make it stronger if I don't use the brace. If it starts hurting or something, I'm supposed to use it. So I don't know how this is gonna go. I'm trying out. Not using a wrist brace. It might like hurt my wrist. feel like I've heard this so many times, like too many times. Should I just play Maple Story? Ooh. Alright, I think I'm like ready. I think I'm like ready. Alright. I don't know if I put on my headset. This feels very loud. Ow. I don't know how like the volume is and stuff. Let me like do a quick test and see how this sounds. I think it's okay, I don't know. Alright. Ow, shoot. Ow, my ears.
That was great.
Fuck, dude. I don't know how to play Simon. Fuck. I definitely don't know. I'm not good with this character. Nico. You kind of wonder sometimes, like, where people thought of their names. Kind of, like, freaks me out sometimes. Like, is that actually where the name came from? I don't know. Like, it could be. It's, like, such a closely related name. And you're thinking, like, did that come from there? And... like, maybe. I don't want to be specific. You get what I mean? It's like two people have like a similar name and you wonder like did that one person like copy the other person to make their name? Like you can't, or is it just a coincidence? Like could that just be a coincidence? What if I watched like Red versus Blue? What if I watched Red versus Blue? Also like a video game thing. No. But basically, I should not be eating so much. Like it's like a wake up call seeing like fucking like mukbang influencers, and like I'm not skinny. I shouldn't. You know, like I'll probably eat on stream, but I don't want to eat too much. I definitely didn't eat too much. Or like, I don't want to have that image, you know, like I just like felt that image. What is a thing that I can watch? Is that Reddit? What about Reddit? How do you finish off your joints? I don't roll. I used to have a roller. Aries. I've definitely seen this before, but it's like, dude pays 10k to meet a girl he follows on OnlyFans. All he got was a hug. 10k? 10k for a hug? That's fucking weird. I feel like both guys are losers though. Like one, you're dating like a porn star who like does OnlyFans. The other one is like paying to meet with her. Like they're both losers. I don't know yet about my wrist, like how it feels. I should play like another game. The Smash is like the only thing that works. Like, in No More Heroes, I'm on like the second to last final boss. And she's just like really hard. I'm like stuck on her. That's probably something I really need to beat. I'm just stuck on her. Fuck. My wrist is already starting to hurt, I feel like. I probably do this like little by little. But like playing, like doing tennis or something, doing something like that is not a good idea. Shit. That's pretty fun. It's like a bunch of projectiles. I think I do. Maybe I put Sephiroth or Cloud. Like, I was looking at myself in full cam and it's like, I don't know what this is, like, why am I so high up? I feel like you're seeing so much more of me right now. But like, the camera doesn't look like it moved, like, it's like weird. I don't know if I wear this. Fuck. That was really bad. It was really bad.
Sephiroth win.
Fuck.
Fiora is with me.
Yeah, maybe that should work out. What can I do though? I don't think I can do anything on stream. I want to change characters. Oh shit, there's like a presidential debate today. Maybe I watch it either on stream or off stream. I don't know how to watch it. I'm probably gonna watch it though. Okay, so how do you watch it? How to watch the presidential debate?
I got through that pretty good.
For free without cable. I just thought it was something. I think my hair looks a lot better like that. Okay.
Oreo wins. Yes.
ABC. ABC News website. Can't just like get it and can't just like get it in. So I had an idea for one of my streams. I don't know if I'm gonna do it. Can I just play Simpsons game? Like I want to see what other. I think I just play like the regular one. That looks pretty fun. But like, let me look at the different Simpsons games that there are. I know there's Hit and Run. I don't think I want to play that. Road Rage. Wrestling. Tapped out. It was Bart versus the world. Bart and the Beanstalk. Krusty's Funhouse. Bartman meets Radioactive Man. I think I just played the normal one. Bart versus the Space Mutants. Simpsons Wrestling. Arcade beat 'em up. I probably play this. Alright, so this is just like there's like beat 'em up. Wait, like I could play that too. That doesn't actually sound bad. Like maybe if it's fun. Bart versus the World. Bart's House of Weirdness. Krusty's Funhouse. Bart versus the Juggernauts. Bart's Nightmare. This is a lot of Bart. It's like more, definitely more Bart than Homer. Is Bart the main character of Simpsons? I don't know. I definitely did not watch The Simpsons. Like, I watched Futurama more than Simpsons. I like Futurama. But it's not because I didn't like The Simpsons. I just feel like a lot of those episodes, like, I just didn't watch. Like, maybe I would like them if I saw them. I probably would. But virtual part. The fuck is that? Itchy and Scratchy in Miniature Golf Madness. The Itchy and Scratchy game. Darza, cat and mouse pair, itchy and scratchy. Classic gory violence. That's a Super Nintendo game? Okay, this I need to like see. The itchy and scratchy game. Ow. Why does that hurt so bad? What? It's like killing my ears. Oh shit, is this going through? This probably is not even going through. Browser audio is not going through. No, it's not.
With customizable gift cards and flexible product subscriptions. Retain customers with a point-based loyalty program, email automations, and reach millions with sales channel integrations. Complete your setup with a personalized analytics dashboard. Make smart business decisions and shape the next phase of your business. Build, manage, and grow from one place. Go to Wix and launch your online business today.
Jump, jump, swap, weapon, speed run. It's like so simplistic. I mean, like, I don't know if that made sense. It's like a two-player game. We fight each other. Okay, I don't care anymore. It's like a two-player game. What is this? Alright, I want to see what virtual bar is. Oh, fuck.
Ay, caramba!
I want to play a virtual bar.
Virtual fight!
The fuck is virtual bar?
Cool, man. Uh-oh. Help!
It's like Mega Man.
Oh, no. Oh, man.
Baby Bart. It's like a bunch of weird games. The fuck is this? I think I just play like the Simpsons game. I don't think I want to play it. Like, I think I had one on Super Nintendo when I was little, or I like played it all the time at an arcade.
Oh no.
Pig Bart.
Oink. Oink.
Kids in high school, but not high school, middle school. They're all little kids, main characters. Pig Bart is very long. Holy shit, that's a lot of Pig Bart.
Hey. You can get ahead of debt. Look for a low APR credit card on the Credit Karma app. A lower interest rate could mean that more of your monthly payment goes toward paying off your principal. You've got to check it out.
There's a lot of Pig Bart.
Oink. Oink.
Apocalyptic future. The fuck? Yeah, a kid usually is the main character. 17-year-old or something in like movies. So I added this to queue. I want to see if like it started. I don't know if it started. The debate, probably not. When did this start? Did it start already? Wasn't boring. It's such a weird thing to say. You're boring. Like, he's not trying to be an entertainer, you know? He's trying to be president. You're boring. It's such a weird thing to say. You're boring. My presidents need to entertain me.
It's the cops.
Where's the police cops?
This is the 13th episode of the 10th season
13th episode of... See, I haven't watched any of these.
of The Simpsons, titled Homer to the Max. It's about a fictional TV show airing in Springfield called Police Cops, a parody of Miami Vice that stars a heroic character named Homer Simpson. Our Homer Simpson loves it, because he shares the same name as this character and in turn receives a ton of attention. But then Police Cops rewrites their Homer, turning him into an inept imbecile. And the Homer Simpson we know hates the change, so much so that our Homer changes his name to
Max Power.
to try to become someone else, and takes on a new identity to escape being associated with this fictional idiot. It plays like a critique on bad character development. It also, maybe accidentally, is a very meta look at what happened to Homer Simpson.
Relax. What is mind? No matter. What is
What the
matter?
fuck?
Never mind.
Homer has changed. Let's start with the design, as it's the simplest and least
Yeah.
dramatic of the changes. This is how the Simpsons characters were originally imagined by Matt Groening, as silhouettes. He wanted the characters to be recognizable by shape only. He succeeded. Homer's original design is here. His features are sharper, he has constantly visible eyebrows and a sharper mouth. While cartoony, he carries the features of something recognizable to a human being. But almost immediately, Homer begins to change. Now, while I think the design change is for the better, it's also kind of foreshadowing for his less fortunate character shift. This image here is Homer 3 seasons into the show. His hair takes the M shape, which, by the way, is meant to be Matt Groening's initials at one time. His head and eyes become rounder and bigger, his belly gets larger, and his appearance in general becomes more cartoony and oafish. And as the show would progress, these cartoony features would only become more pronounced. But while his design changes may have been for the better, it's his personality where things take a weirder turn.
I don't like seeing that. She's just using a bet. Like, I get it. You're using a bet as a platform, but there should be like an actual platform, not just a bet. Oh my god.
Turn first-time
That
customers
was a pig
into
fighting
regulars
for her.
with a safe way.
She's like a... What's it called? She's like a necromancer.
No, maybe not.
It's all in this game.
His boulder for a walk.
This is Homer's Odyssey, a season 1 episode that marks one of the first times Homer loses his job. But things go differently than they would, say, now. There are consequences. After Homer becomes unemployed, his search for a job, while humorous, leads to less than desired results, and then suddenly, there's humanity in Homer. So much so that he tries to end his own life. Yes, it's dark, but it's meant to articulate Homer's natural human emotions. This original Homer is a very different man. He's inept, but he cares. He cares about his family, his intentions are almost always good, and he cares about his image. These things are important. Early Homer makes a lot of mistakes, but because he's rarely doing things to be mean-spirited or out of absurdity, we understand why Marge would stick around. He's dumb, but he shows flashes of intelligence. He isn't cartoonishly stupid, so we understand that he has enough self-awareness to care about what people think of him and try to be a member of society. And importantly, early seasons Homer has a heart, sometimes a big one. The show was more often focused on relatively happy endings and presenting Homer as a father that truly cared. His physical design, especially very early on, was a great, more human representation of this. Every once in a while, however rare, we the audience were okay with Homer thinking of himself as Max Power, as a hero, despite his characteristically mean treatment of Bart even early on. But there was minutia under all this that would slowly fall apart. For example, this is Homer reading.
Cosby's first law of intergenerational perversity. No matter what you tell your child to do, it will always do the opposite.
As you're about to see, this one scene is very important, far more important than it probably should be. So let me give you this.
Look, she's presenting. We thought this would take years to happen.
The Simpsons, and in turn Homer, was built around a deconstruction of the family sitcom that dominated the decade prior. It was built almost as a satire of that happy nuclear household. It was meant to be a semi-real depiction of American families that we didn't see on TV. But by the 6th season, most of the show's original primary creative team were preoccupied with other projects, and The Simpsons was falling into new hands. There's a much-cited Slate article by Chris Ellentrope that points to this moment as the pinnacle of that foundation falling apart. This is Homer being, well, I don't know that it needs any explaining. Let's say he's being taken advantage of by this panda. It's one of the most hated scenes in Simpsons history, because this became the norm. Homer slowly became an irredeemable idiot, and we can pinpoint where this really began. A lot of the humor written for Homer after the first 4 seasons became about one-upping his stupidity. This was fine for a while, but the writers realized quickly they'd have to top each moment of stupidity to keep it funny. A.O. Scott once said that Simpsons creator Matt Groening's strength was using animation to address reality. But around season 8, the Simpsons writing staff kind of ballooned, and season 9 saw the tenures of Mike Scully and Ian Maxtone Graham. And The Simpsons absorbed itself. It lost sight of that realism, however exaggerated it was, and Homer would quickly fall apart in the world of the new Simpsons. The world of the cartoon.
Futurama,
Scully would
I
executive
watched it
produce
like
seasons
all,
9 through 12.
but like the newest season of Futurama, I thought it like I hardly could get into it. Like the new one on Hulu, like I don't know. Like maybe I need to watch the rest of it and it's good, but it started out like so weak.
And Maxtone Graham
So
would write,
weak.
partially during this tenure. It was these 3 seasons where we'd meet this guy.
Boy, I'm feeling this. Oh, ooh, my head's gonna be sore in the morning. Oh.
Remember that scene with Homer reading? Well, to top Homer's stupidity, suddenly Homer was completely illiterate.
Gime? What's a gime?
And the decline was rapid from there. Homer would get dumber and dumber until he became a nearly functionless member of society, that illiteracy being a mark of a joke that changed who Homer was without much thought. He was always inept at his job, but now he was a caricature of himself. He no longer cared at all for how he was viewed by society, quickly becoming entirely self-obsessed. There also became no consequence for Homer's actions, and thus no emotional pull from Homer in any way, shape, or form. Originally, he was held responsible for things, and the episodes played out through Homer's reaction to those consequences. Suddenly, Homer could do whatever he wanted, get away with anything he wanted, and there was no emotional response or recognition of fault at all. But worst of all, in all of the stupidity and self-obsession, he lost the heart that made his behavior funny. He became a malintentioned villain. As Slate put it, these endings very quickly turned into these. He was no longer a funny, well-reasoned representation of the American dad. He was himself a joke, an animated oaf. It got so bad that Dan Castellaneta, Homer's voice actor, ended up rejecting parts of scripts where Homer's mean-spirited, brazen new behavior got out of control. So how did we get here?
From being copied to copying others. I don't know, that just sounds interesting to me.
Well, Scully's 3-season run, 9 through 12, as producer marked the most dramatic change in Homer, as the bloated writing staff lost an appreciation for what the show was. Writer Maxtone Graham would say in an interview that he had hardly watched The Simpsons before joining the staff. He'd then go on to mock Matt Groening's writing rules, point to episodes without Matt's name as great, and say of fans, "Go figure, that's why they're on the internets, and we're writing the show." At some point, probably around here, Groening's vision spiraled out of control. It was lost, as it was handed to people that didn't understand what the original intent was. And Homer suffered. He became the embodiment of Maxtone Graham's attitude, intentionally or not. He became spiteful, harsh. His existence spit in the face of who Homer was. There's irony in Homer's rounder, softer character design, because as Homer got easier on the eyes, he became harder to listen to and in turn root for. This mark of seasons 9 through 12 was the most dramatic and obvious shift in the character yet, and still Homer's stupidity after Scully's 12th season would only continue to become exaggerated. He continued to lose any semblance of relatability, he continued to become less of a character and more of a punchline. He lost his personality. He'd be an oaf when it was funny and then a sensational talent at a new job when the joke called for it. He'd be mean when it seemed cool and then a victim when it wasn't. He became a blank slate of stupidity with no voice to call his own. As Sam Simon once said, as the show got bigger and its writing staff ballooned, The Simpsons became this homogenized version of itself. And Homer is the best microcosmic example of this homogenization of ideas.
Do not press the core destruct button. Press destruct button.
Scully and the team's creation of jerk-ass Homer, as fans have dubbed him, makes Scully's own episode, Homer to the Max, a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Even Homer doesn't want to be the guy that they turned him into. Even Homer knows that that guy
this
isn't
guy
the
is
one
like
that people
such
love.
a Simpsons nerd.
But
Holy
this
shit.
isn't all two people's faults. They just represent the problem. It's collaborative drain on personality and the character, as much as it's improved and fluctuated in quality since, and he has had better moments, never really recovered. Because Scully and Graham were just symptoms of a bigger issue. Maybe this is just what happens when your character
Maybe
lives
I
for
have a
different
Simpsons
years, when
game.
it loses its heart. Much like SpongeBob, Matt Groening's original vision for Homer in The Simpsons was pure. It wasn't watered down, it was self-assured and confident in itself. But as the creators begin to hand their vision to others, that vision becomes diluted. The brushstrokes stop flowing in one direction, it becomes messy. This is Homer Simpson, and this is an attempt to recreate that guy. This is Max Power.
Yes, this is the original Homer Simpson.
I wish.
I think I might have the Simpsons game.
That's a wrap
like,
on today's episode
somewhere.
of Nerdstalgia. Guys, if you enjoyed this one, press the like button down below. And as always, if you haven't yet done so, press subscribe so you don't miss anything I put out on this channel, as well as the little bell next to the subscribe button. That's just the notification bell. It just makes sure you're actually notified when I upload, so hit the little bell too. As always, on your screen are 2 more episodes of Nerdstalgia. You can click on either of those to see what else I put out recently, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
That was great.
Okay, we're good. The Futurama broke itself. It's so fucking true, dude. Futurama killed itself. It, like... I kind of just want to know, like, is the debate happening right now?
The name calling,
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
the back and forth.
So the debate starts in like 15
It's about
minutes.
who can get one over on the other to the point that we are not
Should I cover a
pushing
debate?
policies through just because the person that put it through was
Why
from another
not, right?
party.
And Andrew, let me ask you about your issues, because we were talking earlier. You like
If you
some
think
of the
these
things
are the
you're
dumbest
really
people you
big on
haven't been reading the
policies.
liberals in the chat, these are the liberals in the chat. Their opinion is no different than the liberals in the chat.
So what do you need to hear tonight?
That is still so boring to me. It's so funny to me. Trump is called boring.
Star Wars Outlaws is a game where it is against the law.
I kind of figured this game sucked ass. It looked like it sucked ass. Mass Effect. Oh fuck, dude. If this is showing my history, that is not good. I gotta edit some fucking shit. Holy shit. You can see like porn right. Holy fuck, dude.
The Democratic Party.
This is extreme cringe level. Extreme levels of cringe here.
Other candidates.
All right, guys, we're going to watch this debate together.
Other candidates.
All right, guys, we're going to watch this debate together. And
Bro, I love when independent thinkers just literally repeat whatever the last article headline they read.
Simulcast ABC News presidential debate. What is this? C-SPAN. I don't know where to watch it. I don't want to watch a streamer. I'm gonna have to deal with like their opinions. Simulcast. Oh my god, it shows recent, it shows everything here. Why does it show so much? My god. Like if my history comes up on here, that's gonna ruin everything. Anyways. Dawn of Defiance, Space Marine, Batman. Why is Batman Arkham Origins there? I do have all these games. I could play Batman. Doom 2. Focus, publisher, sale. But why did Batman recommended by your friend and this? Okay. Sons of the Forest. Sons of the Forest. Stellaris. Mortal Kombat 1. Dead by Daylight. It looks like it says coffee or something. Let's see. Simp Simulator. Wait, what? That was $200.
Yeah, boy!
Welcome to Simp Simulator. Queen desires money. Perhaps it's time to simp. Collect as many money sacks as you could and deliver them to your queen. Hurry though, Queen does not like to wait.
I need that.
Why is this a thing that exists? It's $1.
Why are you running? Why are you running? Woo! Woo! Woo!
Hey, that's pretty good.
It's like the meaniest thing I've ever seen. Well, I don't see anything for Simpsons. Baby animals. Should I play Jigsaw Puzzle Baby Animals? This looks kind of good. Jigsaw Puzzle Baby Animals. Is there a game where you play as a snake? I mean, there's obviously like Pokemon, you can like catch a snake. But I'm thinking like Gex is like a close one. Game where you play as a snake. What? Cat was the top one. Snake Pass. Puzzle platform game Snake Pass. There's Snake. There's Snake.io. Snake.io. Go. This does not look like the right one. This is not the right website. This is not it. It should be like Slither. Snake Pass. Should I play? Sounds so stupid. No. Game where you play as a cat. Stray. Copycat. No. Little Kitty Big City. Did you forget? That is so cringe, dude. What took you so long? Did you forget to flap your... Ew. Ew. That's like a writer for a baby book. Little Kitty Big City. Nope. I actually have Cat Quest. Should I play Cat Quest? I don't think I ever played it. There's 3 of them now. There's Cat Quest 3. There's Blink the Time Sweeper. I still haven't found how I'm gonna watch this debate.
Ideas that I want to share with you. There's so much that we have done together over the last 4 years, but here's what I think we can do together over the next 4 years. Be positive in her approach and really remind the American people that we don't want to go back to the chaos and the confusion, the disaster that made, of course, the American people go out in droves in 2020 to fire the former president. Say, I want to be a president that lead all Americans. I want to keep us strong and secure, and here's the plan that I want to share with you tonight.
And Donna, I of course meant Biden. She has to own up to the Biden administration's any mistakes they made too, and Donald Trump is going to go after her on that.
You know, Martha, they made mistakes. Donald Trump and Mr. Pence made mistakes, but you know what? If we focus on our
This
mistakes,
actually
we
looked
won't
like a
focus on
good
all of the
game.
good things that we could do together as Americans.
I don't think I
do
ever
believe
played
there's
it, though.
something to say about people who are now able to work. The people who can buy their insulin without paying over $1,000, $35. There's so much good that she can talk about from the visits that she's made to small towns across this country, large cities across the country. Bring us together. The American people want to be led into the future, not dragged back to another era.
And Reince, I want your thoughts on, you've also prepped Donald Trump for debates back in 2016, I believe. What Donald Trump do you
Born in Roma fragrances.
Just try believing all this power in your frequency. All these doubts my head is shaking, but what's learned was never needless. Just
Listam Tigni Surname Staff.
I was playing
Heimni Zam La Stakis. Heimstak Ogens Drumatis. Nik Erziram Faktam no Listam.
Oh, I want to play Ape Escape. Why
Mabsigna
don't I just
Listam.
start Ape Escape?
Believe
Let me do
Mana
that.
Epi Votak.
Got cosplayed.
Sigrama Hen, Magim Brinks, Sabrin Napis Lankis, Verzam Brutnis, Listam Overwambi, Verbamis Listam, Nilaskras Nublink, Hengas Zo Shulastok, Masigna Listam, Verif Mana Evi Votak.
I do want to see this.
Dandy break ni tantam neta, MB60 ni pra. Listam napsik evi dirgalot, eski ni jam na listam ni rakra. Tantam set den alon ni pra, trak set a rosi,
Oh no, the pigs. Pigs are always annoying. It's like Angry Birds. The birds are the birds kill the pigs. Zelda. Nintendogs
Listam
invested.
Pieces of NBC termitas.
Like, I'm gonna be real. This looks like a real good game. I don't know if it actually is. I don't know. But like, compare this with like Bubsy or like Stray. Stray was so bad. It's like a platformer. This looks good. That's 4 crystals. Wait, I don't know if I like time mechanics. Like, what is going on with the time? What the fuck? This looks weird. There's actual time mechanics. All right.
Presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
Or maybe it's content. You can stream
rules of
this,
tonight's
right?
debate, 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion. One of them is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me.
Oh, shit.
But there was
Fuck.
a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every
It's like
class.
hard for me to
On top
follow
of
this.
that, we
It's like
have
rapid fire,
millions
so
of people
much
pouring
shit,
into our
dude.
country from prisons and jails, from mental
Oh, God.
institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora
That sounded racist
in
right
Colorado.
there.
They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently.
You said
These are the
African
people
Americans and
that she
Hispanics?
and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're
Like, so
dangerous.
what?
They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely.
The
I'm not
fuck
going
is
to read
Project
it. This was a group of people that got
2025?
together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create
She come
a
in
great
with like a
economy like I did
conspiracy
before.
theory?
We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since
What is
1917,
Project
where 100 million
2025?
people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse, mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country.
Now they're
as
like
you know, many
actually
economists say
having
that
like
with
things
tariffs
to
at
say
that
to
level,
each other.
costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are
Trump opened up with
dying
racism.
with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having
Trump opens up with racism. Kamala opens up with the conspiracy
what Donald
theory.
Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my
philosophy. Is it weird to like
not
capitalize their names?
She's gone to my philosophy, but if she ever got elected, she'd change it, and it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in.
I want to make sure
just
that's
look
how
at
you
what they're
say
doing
it,
to our
man.
country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals, and that's bad for our
Both
economy,
things
too.
are like
you mentioned
weird.
before, we'll talk about immigration.
This is like
later.
predictably
Well, bad
weird.
immigration is the
This
worst
is
thing
like
that can happen to our economy. They have,
She's
and
like-
she has
that's
destroyed
like alt-right
our
shit,
country with
conspiracy
policy
theories.
that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month,
That
you
was
said that
racist.
your administration would
Was
be
he
great
saying,
for
like,
women and their
African-American?
reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the
I
governor
feel like I've
before,
always
he
been
said
like a
the baby will be
commentator,
born,
like
and we will
annoying
decide what
guy
to do with
at
the
the
baby. In other
movie
words,
theater.
we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates.
What is he saying?
Because they're radical.
Execute
The
a
Democrats
baby?
are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice
like
presidential pick
space.
says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's an execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay.
This- whatever
And that's
this
not
is.
okay with
I
me.
don't think I ever
Hence the
even
vote.
watched this,
But what
but-
I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did
What is
also.
going on?
85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas,
we
the
are
vote was
going
somewhat liberal, much more
to
liberal than people would have thought. But
to
each individual
smash.
state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam
What
Vice
the
President, I want to get your
fuck,
response
dude?
to
What?
President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies.
These
and
words are
that's
so
not actually
harsh.
a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the
That was,
United
like,
States Supreme
jarring
Court
to hear
with the
that out of
intention
nowhere.
that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what
Oh my
that means.
God, like-
A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make
Like,
a decision about
ease
what
into
happens
it.
to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy
just
to
looks like
term,
so guilty.
suffering from
He's
a
like-
miscarriage,
he's
being
like, yeah.
denied care in an emergency room because
That
the
doesn't mean-
healthcare providers are afraid they
I
might
did-
go to jail,
I
and she's
am a piece
bleeding
of
out
shit.
in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes
Why are
a
you
bill
saying rape
to
and
put back in
incest?
place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into
I
law.
guess the two
But
go
understand,
hand in hand on that
if Donald
issue,
Trump were
but
to be reelected,
just
he
kinda,
will
like,
sign a
full
national abortion
blast
ban.
into the
Understand, in
topic.
his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress.
I'm
Wonderful, let's go
bored.
to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Should I get
Vice
like
President
temple
Harris,
run
I want to give you
going?
your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an
Where's
abortion?
my
I
spot at?
absolutely
There it
support
is.
reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through
What the fuck?
is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question. Would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden?
Maybe I should play Astrobot. If I had a PS5, I would probably do shit like
prosecuted
that.
transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of...
I paused the wrong thing. Shit. I don't know, I just got bored. It's like boring. It's like the last debate was so bad, like you had to watch it. It was like so fucking bad. Like I couldn't look away. This debate, they actually have like talking points and shit, and they're like making like real arguments. Like I don't want to hear it. Like it's like boring. Like last debate, they were
dreams
like
and your needs and your
shitting on each
desires.
other.
And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
She's
President
like
Trump, on
making
that
me
point, I wanna
cry
get your
about
response.
it.
I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies.
She's
She
like,
said people start
you
leaving.
have
People
to
don't go to
bless
her
me.
rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in
She's
and
like,
paying them
pick
to be
me,
there,
but like
and then showing them in a different light. So
also
she can't
making
talk
me
about that.
sad.
People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies,
Like,
the
why are you
most
making me
incredible rallies
sad?
in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by
That's
far.
a good way not to have books written about you.
It was what you wanted to talk about
Who the
earlier.
fuck
So let's get
reads
back
the
to your
books about you?
deportation,
Who's the
proposal
president?
that the vice president has reacted
I
to
don't
as
read-
well. President Trump,
who reads
you called
that
this
shit?
the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things
My
get out of control,
time
you'd
as
have
a president.
no problem using
Nobody
the U.S.
cared when you
military.
were a president.
You
We
also
don't
said you
care.
would use local
I
police.
don't read those
How
books.
would you
I
deport
don't read
11
any
million
books, so.
undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah. It is much higher
Like maybe
because of them.
like
They
a
allowed
movie about a
criminals,
president, but that's still like
millions of
kind of
criminals. They
cringe.
allowed
Like
terrorists.
a
They
living
allowed
president.
common street criminals. They allowed
That's
people
probably what
to
he
come in,
wants,
drug dealers to
but-
come into our country, and they're now in the United States. And
That's like
told
what he's
by
thinking,
their
what he
countries,
wants.
Like Venezuela,
you know, he's like,
don't ever come back, or
I
we're
want
going to
a
kill
movie
you.
about
Do you know
me.
that crime in Venezuela
during
and
my
crime in
lifetime,
countries
I want a
all over
movie
the
about
world
me. That
is
it's
way
like probably
down.
gonna be cringe.
You know why? Because they've
The
taken
Trump
their criminals
movie.
off the street and they've
Babe
given them
is
to
so
her to put into our
badass.
country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done.
no.
There's never been anything done like this at all.
Not
They've
the
destroyed the
fabric.
fabric of our country. Millions of people
Not the
let in,
fabric.
and all
We
over the
need that
world,
fabric in our
crime is
country.
down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that
I
they
should
made.
react to
crime
stuff
in
if
this
you
country
like
is
it.
through the roof, and we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris, I'll
FBI
give you
they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was
Trump's,
a
like, pissed
fraud,
off today,
just
dude.
like their number
Why
of
is he so pissed?
818,000 jobs that they said
I'm
they created
mad.
turned out to be a
I'm
fraud.
mad, Trump, today.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who
Kamala's
has been
just like
prosecuted
chilling, dude.
for
She's like stoned or
national
something.
security crimes, economic crimes,
Like dealing with
election
that,
interference,
like-
has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his
Shit,
own
dude.
criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the
Get
issue of
fucked.
what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we
Damn,
move
dude.
forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people.
She just shit
Address
on his
what we
fucking
need to do
chest.
about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for. Address what we must do to support our small businesses. Address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every
Dude,
one of those
14
cases
damage? That
was
was some
started
good
by
damage
them
that they
against
done.
their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department.
I don't know,
Every
like,
one of
Trump's
those
saying a lot of
cases
weird
was
conspiracy
involved
shit,
with the
too. Like,
DOJ
what the
from
fuck?
Atlanta and Fawny
The fuck are you
Willis
talking about
to
weaponization?
the,
What?
Attorney General of New York.
Why don't
and
you,
the
like,
DA
you're
of New
in a
York.
debate
Every
for
one of
human,
those
like,
cases, and then they
speak
say,
for,
oh,
like-
he's a criminal.
Speak
They're the
so
ones that
everyone can understand
made
you, I
them
feel
go
like,
after me. By the way, Joe
in a
Biden was
presidential
found
debate.
essentially guilty on the documents case. And what
I mean,
happened in
I'm
my
not-
documents
like, me
case?
personally,
they said, oh, that's
I'm
the
not
toughest of them all.
big on,
A
like,
complete
history and
total
stuff. I don't
victory.
know.
2 months ago, it was
Or,
thrown out.
like, the world in general.
It's
I'm, like,
weaponization,
horrible
and
at
they
it.
used it, and it's
I'm
never happened in this
honestly,
country.
like,
They used
I'm
it
stupid
to
in
try
that.
and
I'm
win an
stupid in,
election.
like, the
They're fake
world and,
cases.
like,
President Trump, thank you. A really
things
quick
that
response here,
happen
Vice
because
President
it,
Harris, on this
like,
notion
I
of
don't know, like,
weaponization
history is,
of
like,
Justice
boring to me.
Well, let's talk about extreme
So
and
I'm not
understand
good at
the
it.
context
I'm
in
not
which
good
this
at, like,
election in
history and,
2024
like,
is taking place. The United
social
States Supreme
studies.
Court
I'm, like, very- that's,
recently
like, my
ruled that
weakest
the former
subject.
president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails. Because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
We got to
This is the
continue
one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat
He did
to
take a bullet
democracy.
to
Was
the
a
head.
fake Russia investigation that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking.
I'm gonna be
Now
real,
you don't.
it's like
you wanted mandatory government buyback programs
the
for assault
person
weapons.
speaking
Now your
is against
campaign
Trump.
says
You can
don't.
feel that.
You supported decriminalizing border crossings.
That's like fucking,
Now you're taking a
that's
harder line.
corruption
I know
right
you
there.
say that your values have not changed. So then why have so
He's
many
like
of your
interrupting
policy
him and like
positions
making him look bad.
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've
That's
made. But in
corruption
particular,
right
let's
there.
talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact,
Yeah,
I
why would you
was the
ban fracking,
tie-breaking
dude?
vote on the
This
Inflation
guy wants to
Reduction
ban
Act,
having
which
sex.
opened new leases for fracking.
That is
My
messed
position
up.
is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised.
Many,
so
many
we don't have to
billions.
talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it.
So I
She
never
gave
beat
up
this game,
at
and I
least 12
don't
and
remember,
probably
like,
14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the
How
police.
to.
In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute,
What
I'm
I'm
talking
supposed to
now,
do.
if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things for the
It's
environment.
so boring,
Thank
dude.
you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days.
Like
And
that.
I want to
Now
talk
you're
about
like
the
talking about
peaceful
like real
transfer of
issues
power,
and
which,
shit.
of course, we
Like,
all know is a cornerstone of our democracy and the
Oh,
role of a
fuck
president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office.
Trump is
You
like
did
scared.
send out tweets, but it was more than
That's what
2
it feels
hours
like.
before
He's
you sent
scared.
out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is
He
there
should be,
anything you
I
regret
guess.
about what you did on that day?
You just said a
He's like,
thing that
they both
isn't
are. They're
covered
like pleading.
peacefully and
They're like-
patriotically. I said during my speech,
the way
not
they're
later
like,
on.
please vote for me.
Peacefully and patriotically.
Your attitude should
And
be like,
nobody on the
I don't
other
want
side
to
was
fucking
killed.
run.
Ashley
But,
Babbitt
like,
was shot by an
look at the
out-of-control
shitty ass
police
choices
officer
there are out
that
there,
should
and
have
then look at
never,
me
ever shot her.
and know that
It's a
like I'm the
disgrace.
best one.
But we didn't
Like,
do
that-
this
that
group
should be,
of
like, your
people that have
campaign.
been treated so
Like,
badly.
look at
I
this
asked,
bullshit
what about
that's
all the
like,
people that are
I don't
pouring into our
want
country
to
and
be the
killing people
president,
that
but
she
like,
allowed to pour it in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the
Look
border
at-
czar. She doesn't want to
look
be
at
called
your
the
other
border czar
choice.
because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, "Oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet." That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be
like, fuck
prosecuted?
this.
When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from
I mean, I don't
all
know. That doesn't
the
sound like
world,
a good
David,
campaign. at
all
all.
over the world.
I don't
And
know what I'm
crime rates
saying.
are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are
you.
those, David, when are those people going to be
But, like,
prosecuted?
the
When are the
candidates
people
always
that burned
suck.
down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape.
What the fuck?
It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
This guy is shitting on
I
Trump.
was at the Capitol
Holy
on January
shit.
6th.
This
I
guy's
was
like
the
slinging
vice president-elect.
more.
I was also
like,
an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a
pissed
violent mob
off.
to attack,
like throughout this
nation's
whole
capital.
uh
to desecrate
debate,
our nation's capital. On
that
that day,
guy has
140
like
law enforcement officers
shit
were
on
injured,
Trump.
and some died. And understand, the former president has been
The way
indicted
she's talking,
and
it's like I'm
impeached
killing a
for
puppy,
exactly
dude. It's
that
like,
reason.
why are you making me
But
feel
this is
so
not an
bad?
isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying
This is what it's like. It's like neither choice
spewing
is like that.
anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then
Why
at
are
the
you
time say?
making me feel so
There were
bad
fine
with
people on
every
each side.
sentence?
Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos and to end
It's like
the approach that is
the way
about
she talks,
attacking the
it does like
foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this.
The fuck
Let's
are you
not go
talking
back.
about?
Let's chart a course for the future and not go
She said there will
backwards
be
to
a
the past.
bloodbath.
Let me just follow up here.
The fuck?
It was a different term, and it was a term that related
way
to
she
energy
talks,
because
it's
they
like-
have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura
The way
Ingraham,
she talks
Sean
is like,
Hannity, Jesse,
yeah, I'm
all of these
listening. Yeah, I'm
people,
like kind of
they
like getting
covered
like
it. If they go
chills,
an
and you're
extra
like
sentence, they
making me
will see
listen
it was
to you.
perfect. It was
But I'm
debunked
also
in almost
like,
every newspaper, but they still bring it up,
you're
just
making
like
me
they bring
feel
2025
bad too.
up.
Like, why?
They bring all of this stuff up. I
What did
ask
I
you
do
this: you
wrong?
talk about
Why
the
are you
Capitol.
making me feel bad?
Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down
Donald
to
Trump
Washington,
feels like
D.C. during this debate
scared
because
and
we're
like
wasting a lot of
threatened
time.
and like
Go down to, because she's
and
been
like
so bad, it's so
he-
ridiculous.
like
Go
being
down
like
to
mean
Washington,
and like
D.C. and let her sign a bill to
argumentative
close up the border.
because he's like
they have
scared
the
or
right to do
something.
it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him
That's
up
what
at
it
4
feels
o'clock
like
in
to
the
me.
afternoon, you'll say, come on down
He's
to
like
the office, let's
nervous,
sign a
he's
bill.
scared, and
If
this
he
guy
signs
is
a
like
bill that the
shitting
border
on. He's
is
like
closed, all he has to
destroying
do
it.
is say it to the border
This
patrol,
guy
who are
should never
phenomenal.
like talk.
If they do
at
that,
all.
the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue.
This
both,
guy
because it really
is
brings
just
us
like
this into focus,
slitting
truth
his
in these
throat
times
and
that
like
we're living
shitting.
in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years
That was
after
very
you lost the
graphic. I don't know
2020
why I
election, you
said that.
repeatedly falsely claimed that
This
you
guy's
won, many times saying
murdering
you
him.
won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up
lost
a
by
little
a
bit
whisker.
short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically. You
But
know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And
Yeah,
they
that's-
should have sent
everyone
it back
knows
to
the
the
whisker is
legislatures
sarcasm.
for
Like-
approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the
You
most
gotta
votes
know
any
that.
sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why
Why
they're
can't I hear
allowing
the
them to
volume
come
of the
into our
game?
country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60
do you
cases
keep saying
in front of
that?
many judges, many of them
No
Republican.
judge looked at it.
And said
they
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a
Lost by a
technicality.
whisker.
Can you imagine a system where a person
by
in
a-
an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He
I
said,
think
when
they're
I
talking,
win,
like, more
those
about
people who
whiskers
cheated,
at
and then
this
he lists
point,
donors,
like-
voters, election officials. He says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One
These,
of
like,
your campaign's top
furry
lawyers responded
debaters.
saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing
She has
that.
these like canned
But we
stats. What the
cannot
fuck?
afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as
Donald
Vice
Trump
President of
was
the United
fired
States.
by 8 million people.
And world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases
She
you
just
have
called him a
lost
disgrace.
because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago,
that is like
if he
the
weren't in that
opposite
debate,
of what
he'd
I'm
be running
feeling.
instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and
It
they threw
feels
him
like
out of
he's
office.
scared and threatened.
And you know what? I'll give
and
you a
he's
little
talking about
secret.
someone
He
else
hates
being
her.
scared
He
and threatened.
can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes.
But it
They
feels
threw
like
him
that's
out.
him.
She got 0 votes. And
Oh
when
my
she
God, why
ran,
is
she
that
was the
the
first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running.
Like,
I
he's
don't
a
understand it, but I'm
scared and
okay with
threatened
it
one.
because
Your time
I
is up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself.
This is gonna sound like
but
dumb
you
as
added,
hell,
quote, it matters
but, like,
how, saying international
I've been
humanitarian
feeling
law
like
must be
I've
respected.
been saying like a
Israel
lot of
must do more to protect
like
innocent
dumb
civilians.
things. I've been saying like a
You
lot
said
of
that 9 months
things
ago. Now an estimated 40,000
that are like
Palestinians
maybe it's like
are
super
dead.
true
Nearly 100 hostages
or whatever.
remain.
It's like
Just last week,
a
Prime Minister
mic
Benjamin
drop
Netanyahu said there's not a deal in
you
the
know,
making.
it's like a
President Biden
like
has not been able
just
to
like
break through
shit
the
on you
stalemate.
so fucking hard to like drop mic and like walk
let's
away.
understand how we got
like
here.
mic drop
On
moment.
October 7,
And then like I
Hamas,
actually drop
a terrorist
something.
organization,
It's like I say something like
slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped.
her
and so
her
absolutely,
vocabulary
I
is
said
like
then, I say now,
graphic, dude.
Israel has
She's
a
saying
right
like
to defend itself. We
slaughtered.
would.
She said bloodbath.
And how it does
What is
so
going on in
matter.
this
Because
this
it is
woman's
also
mind?
true, far too many innocent Palestinians
She said
have been killed.
slaughtered. Like how do you
Children,
use slaughtered in a
What
sentence?
we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza.
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel.
What
Israel
the
will be
fuck,
gone.
dude?
It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump.
This is
Now
sounding
Iran
racist.
Has $300 billion because they took
Where
off
are you
all
going
the
with this
sanctions that I
blown
had.
up?
Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any
Dude,
of
Trump
the 28
king of
different,
racism over here.
spheres of
It's like
terror. And they are
Kamala.
spheres
What did
of
she
terror,
do wrong?
horrible terror.
Did
They
she
had
do
no
any
money.
racism
It was
in
a
the
big story,
like?
and you know it. You
Is she
covered
doing
it
any
very well,
racism
actually.
out there?
They
No.
had no money
Like,
for
but
terror.
you are.
They were broke.
Maybe
Now
she's
they're a
saying
rich
some weird
nation,
shit.
and
She's
now
like
what they're
bloodbath
doing
and
is
like.
they're spreading
What
that
is she?
money around. Look at what's
She's
happening
slaughtered.
with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I
Is
will
Kamala
get
gonna
that
kill
settled
everyone?
and fast, and I'll
Holy
get the war
fuck!
with
Is
Ukraine
this like a
and
twist?
Russia ended.
Kamala becomes
If I'm
president
president-elect,
and
I'll get it
she
done
starts like
before
slaughtering.
even becoming president.
Oh shit!
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not
I told
true.
you there was going to be a
My entire
bloodbath.
career and life
She said
supported
bloodbath.
Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said
It's kind of good to just say the word
that
dictator.
he
Like,
can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It
Or
is
say
well
assassinate.
known that he said when
Say
Russia went into
assassination.
Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he
say
exchanged
assassinate as
love
many
letters
times as
with
you can.
Kim Jong-un.
Assassination.
And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military
gets so
leaders who you
real.
have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why.
Like
we
I
understand
knew
that
she was
we
gonna
have
get to
have a
real shit,
president
but I
who is
didn't know
not
she was just gonna like
consistently weak
full
and
blown
wrong on
like get
national
right
security,
into
including
real
the
shit.
importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
Why has America accepted the wait for payday when life doesn't wait for you to get paid? Introducing My Pay from Chime. A revolutionary new way of getting your pay when you want. Get up to $500 of your pay before payday. No interest, no credit check, no mandatory.
RIP. I don't know if I turned that other light on or off. I don't know yet. RIP though. So I think I missed a lot of debate. I don't know about a lot, like a little bit. Why did that happen? What the fuck?
We honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, 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 and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't.
This
and I
guy's
don't
just
care.
shitting on Trump's
I don't care what
chest.
she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not
Maybe
black.
my vocabulary
that
is
she
like
put out.
graphic too,
And
because like
I'll say that.
I listen
And
to
then
music with
I read
like
that she was
shit,
black.
like weird
And
shit
that's
like
okay.
that. I
Either
guess.
one was okay with me.
When
That's
I'm,
up to her.
like-
That's up to her.
Vice President
I
Harris,
don't
your thoughts
like.
on this?
I've never liked gore or like
I think
graphic
it's-
stuff, like
I mean,
Saw
honestly, I think it's
movies.
a
I don't like Saw
tragedy
movies.
that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the
Horror
course of his
movies, even.
career,
I don't think I'm a
attempted
horror
to use
fan.
race to divide the American people.
But horror
You know, I
games
do
are
believe
different.
that the
I think
vast
horror
majority
games
of
are
us know
fun.
that we have so
They're
much more in
like,
common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly
it's like
trying
more
to
fun when
divide
you're
us,
with
and
someone else.
especially by
Like
race.
horror
And let's
movies are like
remember
that too. It's like
how
more
Donald Trump
fun when
started.
you're with
He was
someone else.
a
Like horror movies by
land, he
yourself.
owned
that's
land, he owned buildings,
pretty
and
scary.
he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or
Those are
the language
cringe
their grandmother
conversations.
speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue
Is
what
she
has
doing
been
an I Have a
fleeting in
Dream
terms of the
speech right
American
now?
dream
She's
by
doing an I Have a
offering
Dream speech right
help
now,
with
dude.
down payment of $25,000 down
Are you
payment
kidding
assistance
me?
for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and
She just said,
name
I have a
calling.
plan like 3 times.
Turn the page.
Vice
As
President
if it was like, I have a
Thank you. Let's turn to
dream.
policy.
President
Let's turn
Trump,
back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan.
I think it was
to
a good amount of times that she said it,
everybody's
because I was
guns.
like, if she says that one more time,
To not allow fracking
That's
in
like a bit
Pennsylvania
much.
or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's
Thank you,
what
Mr.
her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I just
going
need
to
to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have
So the
long
girl
vowed
is
to repeal
against
and
her,
replace
the guy is
Affordable
against
Care
him.
Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish
There's
that.
corruption
You now
going
say
on.
you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care. Always was.
Obamacare.
It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make.
That was
do
good.
I save it and
That
make
was
it
really
as good as
good.
it can be, or do I
The
let it
difference
rot?
is they don't get rid
And
of them.
I saved it. I did the
That
right
was a good
thing.
one.
But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do
Prime
is we're looking
example,
at different plans.
Joe
If we
Biden.
can come up with
How
a
does he
plan that's
get
going to
there?
cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have
Out
a
of all the dumb
I
things
have
Trump
concepts
said,
of a
like that was a
plan.
pretty good one.
I'm not president right now, but if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the
Gun
continuous
owner.
lying about this stuff. As it relates to the
She's a
Affordable
gun
Care Act,
owner.
understand, just look at the history
Oh.
to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time
John
because
McClane?
he got
Who's John
caught. He
McClane?
was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night. Walked
This is
onto
a time
the
where
Senate
you
floor
don't be
and
vague.
said,
What is the
"No,
Affordable
you
Care
don't.
Act?
No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it,
Vice
pass
President
his prologue
Harris,
in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go.
So sick? Like,
we know that we can actually deal
Kamala
with this
Harris
issue. The young
running
people
for
of America
president,
care deeply about
like,
this issue.
Legend of
And I am
Zelda,
proud that as
Echoes of
vice president
Wisdom.
over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic
Like a
gas
Zelda game where you
production
play
to
as Zelda.
historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs.
I love
And
her.
I'm also
It
proud
looks
to have
cute
the
as fuck,
endorsement of
too.
the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing
When I look
in
at these screenshots, it looks so
American-made
good.
products,
Like,
American automobiles. It includes
At first, I didn't like the art
what we
style,
can
but
do
when I look
around
at this,
American
it
manufacturing
pretty
and
good.
opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all
She doesn't
leaving.
get too friendly
They're
with the
building
horse,
big
though.
auto plants
You
in
know what I mean?
Mexico, in many cases
What I mean
owned
about the-
by China. They're
the
building
horse girl.
these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people.
That looks
What they
sick.
have given to China is
That looks
unbelievable.
cute as
But
fuck.
we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place.
Oh my
what
God, I
they've
need the
done to
screenshot,
business
dude.
and manufacturing in this
has to
country
be like one of
is
mine. Holy
horrible.
shit.
We have nothing
This is
because
so
they
cute.
refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential
God,
debate
I need
from
that.
Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
That is so cute.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
Nobody knew I existed. But look at all these people. Who do you think they see me? Nobody knew I existed. But look at all these people. Who do you think they see me?
Ew, what is this?
I'd do anything for you.
Oh, Joker.
People believe Arthur Fleck.
I'm like, what is this advertisement for, dude?
Well, he's not.
You don't think this is me?
Rated R. Why has America accepted the wait for payday?
Dude, we need more. We need more of this Batman universe.
When life doesn't wait for you to get paid.
Like another Batman movie.
Introducing My Pay.
Like, can I find a better version of this? That's the question.
Get paid when you say with My Pay. Get started at Chime.com. No credit check, no mandatory fees. When any day is payday, it's a good day. Get paid when you say with My Pay. Get started at Chime.com.
Cringe.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect motion for fast emergency response.
I am such a
We
simp,
create HD
dude.
cameras so you could see what's happening in your home
Holy
from anywhere.
fuck.
All power. At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed
Holy
smarter
fuck.
ways to detect for
Am I
fast
allowed to
emergency
say that?
response.
I think you're not allowed to
We
say
create
that,
HD
actually.
cameras so you could see what's happening in your home from anywhere. All powered by Fast Protect technology. Exclusively from Simply Safe for faster police response. Now install our advanced system your way. Have a pro set it up or easily do it yourself. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
A great adventure.
I'm thinking right now,
Very picky about a man being a gentleman, somebody who's generous, and also somebody who's humble.
Whoever that guy is, we want you to be happy.
I want to propose a toast.
dude, is
Thank
it
you so
like
much for
real
all
that
your
like
support. You
somebody
guys have been the
chooses
best
their
family in the
whole
world.
name
I'm not here to replace
to like?
Dad. I just want
I'm saying like
our
a
family
streamer
to be whole again.
like chooses their name to like be like another streamer or like be connected to them in some way.
ABC News, honored for excellence
That's
with
like
40
fucking
Emmy
weird, right?
nominations. ABC News, honored for excellence with 40 Emmy nominations. Mornings, evenings, late night, weekends, streaming 24/7. 40 Emmy nominations. Thank you for making ABC
Is that like a
News
real
America's
thing?
#1 news.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
Nobody knew I existed. But look at all these people. Who do you think they see me?
You're Joker. I'd do anything for you.
People believe Arthur Fleck to be some kind of martyr.
For payday.
What am I doing?
When life doesn't wait for you to get paid.
The thing is, like, the quality of this image is that what I want to use? I don't
A
know.
revolutionary new way of getting your pay.
So
when
let
you
me
want.
like
Get up to
actually
$500
search
of
for
your
it.
pay before payday. No interest, no credit check, no mandatory fees. When any day is payday, it's a good day. Get paid when you say with My Pay. Get started at Chime.com. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not okay, innit?
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail?
David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know you are.
You
Watch
do.
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's
That seeing that shit scares the shit out of me, dude.
Season finale is
I don't want to get swatted.
Dog food in thy fridge?
It's not dog food, it's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
For thy
I don't want to get swatted, dude. That scares the shit out of me, honestly.
Trail in the finale.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again,
like
David
a real
Muir
thing.
and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. but we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan.
If it's over, I think she won this debate.
The dreams,
not
the
by like
hopes,
too much,
the
but I think she
ambition
won.
of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I
You lost
believe
me at protecting
in what we can
seniors.
do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world.
God.
I will be a
What a
president that will
scary
protect
thing
our
to do.
fundamental rights and freedoms, including the
Holy
right of
shit.
a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves
Jesus
first.
Christ.
I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years. In you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Like,
President
I think
Trump
she won, but she keeps making me want to
So
cry.
he just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision.
I think I'm going to play
But I just
Ape
ask
Escape
one
in the
simple
Black
question.
Myth Wukong
Why
section. I think
didn't
that's
she
what I
do
do.
it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military.
Could be
She gave
true.
a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay.
Thank God. I don't know why, I just feel like thank God that's over. Holy shit. That sucked. All right, so you want to hear my take on the presidency? Hold on. First I should. Oh my god, dude. Is this good quality? Yeah, that's good quality. You want to hear my take on the presidency? This is also something I used to say when I was little. When I was like a little kid. I remember I was like a little kid in school, like watching debates and stuff, watching like the presidential debate, and I used to say like, if you vote for me, if I became president, then I wouldn't do anything. Like I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't even do anything notable. Like I wouldn't do anything. And my reasoning for saying that is because like president never like that's like what I felt. Like that they never do anything different. It's like always the same shit. Always. Like no matter like who cares who wins? It's just gonna be the same. I mean, there you do feel differences and there's like social differences going on and stuff like that. Like I realized that when I'm older. This was just like me as a little kid thinking that. There are like social differences and stuff like that. But me with this debate tonight, it's like if I see Trump win, if I see Kamala win, I don't really care. That's like how I feel right now. I don't care. It's like Kamala wins, like stuff. I don't care. I don't care who wins. Like think I think Kamala won that. I think I would vote for her. But if she doesn't win, like I don't care really that much. It's like I don't want to like die for this woman or something or like push her or like nominate her or like say she's like so amazing or anything, but like yeah, I'd vote for her. Alright, when am I gonna play Nintendogs? I got there's something I wanted to do, I forgot what it was though. Oh. Give me a second. So this game is running on Xbox Series X. Yeah, I wanted to do that. I forgot to do that. It's just like weird to do these things on stream. EGs. Stream slideshow. Like, I don't know if I want to show... Okay, there's room for one more. What the fuck? Like, I'm like messy right now. There's so much shit everywhere. Okay. There we go. Okay, added. Let's see. Fucking Lonely Zelda now. It's always like Lonely Link. Like Link all alone. I don't know if this is gonna update right away, maybe. Like I just added the picture. Like I'm rapid fire going through all of them, but like if these pictures get boring, I'll just like change them all. Like I can do that. I don't know, it's not... Oh yeah, it's not even coming up. Okay, now it's included. I don't know, I feel like that's a good time to add that too, right? I'm a cringe ass. I'm cringy. I'm so cringy. I'm a cringe. I'm a cringy. Okay, so is the Smash lobby even open? It's not even open. Okay, is this picture gonna come up? There we go. That is so cute. Okay. Why are you paused? Maybe I should play. Okay, this looks kind of fucking good. This is a time monster. Pull right. So it's like actually a good That's always been a thing that Democrats are like. They're like, we are like you Republicans. Like, talking about the conspiracy theory things. Yeah, we're into conspiracy theories too. Fucking Kerbo. Rotisserie chicken. Why does King DDD have a bunny on him? Is he a playboy? King DDD is a playboy bunny? Fuck. This is a good song.
wins.
Why is it? Volume's only coming out of the right ear, I think. Or it's like not very loud. It kind of looks like Diva from Overwatch, the bunny. This is a lot cringier than I thought it would be. Holy fuck. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. It sounds like the same. It's just a cringy song. Oh my god, I should. keys. Fuck. Fuck. Should I play Mr. Game Watch? I always thought the song was so cringe. fuck. Get wrecked. Oh fuck. One sec. Let me put away this food. I'm gonna put on my headset. Nicotine, yeah. Nicotine. Nicotine. Oh shit. Oh yeah, I should play some Captain Falcon. Oh. Chat's not there. There might be something else missing. Alright. Oh shit, my cam's not on. Jigglypuff. I should play Jigglypuff. 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 Oh, fuck. Jigglypuff is cute as fuck. Fuck. Jigglypuff is so good. So like realistically, so you can get like a lot of combos off on like people who are not as good as you. Like you're like this Jigglypuff is definitely better than me. So like realistically, like I can't get away with like good, like doing a good move, I guess. I have to like get away, like I'm saying like landing a forward air is probably gonna be hard, but like I landed like a forward smash. It was like all I could land. Fuck. Fuck. See, like, how am I gonna land a Falcon Punch? I'm not. Jigglypuff is murdering me. So in my head I was thinking like actually like the debate is going on, but like my stream is going on, you know, like what is more important? My stream, right? Yeah, like I'm not gonna end stream. The debate, who cares? Fuck, on my stream? Fuck. Oh, that's a kill. That's a kill at 35%. That's insane. That's insane. Like, I could get a kill right here, maybe. Oh, shit. I could definitely get a kill now. I'm, like, sucking. This guy's dick. Fucking... What's his name? Captain Falcon? I haven't been using that move enough. Kill. Oh, that was stupid. Captain Falcon stick. No, no, no. No way. That was a GG. That was a GG's on that one. It's like the options in this game compared to like Street Fighter. Like, let me look at this, dude. Street Fighter characters. Street Fighter, is it 6? I guess you make your own character, but those probably aren't very... Street Fighter characters. This all of them? All 18? 18? And then you look at the Smash roster and it's like... Shit, Captain Falcon is negative B tier. Negative B tier. Sonic is like number... Fox is that high up? Holy shit. $18 characters. God, man. I haven't been talking. I think I want to change characters after this. Damn, I didn't even like see that happen. I was like looking the other way. Can't believe I landed that. That was cool. I used to love Captain Falcon. Like, I think he was in the first game. Oh god, murder. She said bloodbath, dude. What if like Kamala Harris is like gonna be like the woman to maybe she's like a super villain. She said bloodbath. Murdered.
Too bad for you.
Hmm. Fuck. Well. Just one game. Just one game as Byleth Girl. Just one game. fuck. I killed myself, but that's good. Like, hearing this song from Paper Mario is so nostalgic to me, but still do not want to play that game. I don't know why. I never even beat Thousand Year Door. Like, someday I want to, but... Oh shit, dude. Link. I should play Link. No. No, no, no. Jigglypuff. Fuck. Dude, Maple Story. I should play Maple Story. Free for all. Free for all. Poor orchestra. Possible harasser. Like you want to do a 4-player free for all? This is the worst game I've ever played. I am so bad at Snake. Isn't it weird that Harry Potter can talk to snakes, but like he's in Gryffindor though? Why is he in Gryffindor if he can talk to snakes? I don't know. Didn't she get like super like transphobic or something? That is cool. I love that forward smash. I don't like the other ones, but this one is so cool. I think Snake is actually the perfect character to play. The fuck? Jesus Christ. Fuck.
Kazuya Mishima wins.
Yeah, I want to play Kazuya too. Shit. And gold? Fuck yeah.
Kazuya Mishima.
Crown smack, dude. Because she's a princess. Croissant Tussie. That's silly. This is kind of close. Dude, hippopotamus. Maybe that's my my persona. Hippopotamus. I'm gonna take out my contacts. I have to take off my leg brace. My leg is hurting. Oh god, it hurts really bad right now. I don't know what I'm hearing. Fuck, fuck, fuck. what this is like.